Move them out. Good morning. Hello, and welcome to Future-Proofing Fashion, Unlocking the Power of Substance 3D and Unreal Engine. I'm Selena Lowndes. I am the Senior Strategic Partnerships Manager on the 3D and I team at Adobe.
And I'm Anna Violette. I'm a technical artist for Adobe Substance. So who are we? Selena and I both come from backgrounds in fashion design. Selena was the Director of Design Technology at Tapestry for many years. For me, I came from many digital product creation teams across the industry. We love going out and spreading the good word of 3D to the fashion industry. You'll see that we've spoken at PI Apparel. We also partner with many education. For example, RISD, we spoke at RISD very recently. We've spoken at Max. Adobe Max, Substance Days, and that's just what we do for work. Outside of work, we also love to do this. We have spoken at many New York-based 3D communities, including 3D NY, and then we've also started our own virtual community of 3D artists in the fashion industry.
We don't sleep.
We love this a lot.
Yeah. So what we figured we'd do today is take you through Substance and how Adobe is approaching 3D, really talk to you about the value of 3D in fashion, and walk you through a workflow that takes you from a scanned material all the way into Twinmotion and beyond. How does that sound? Great. So you might know us more from this sort of thing. It's exciting stuff. We actually have a new sizzle reel coming out at the end of the month, so keep an eye out on YouTube. So we're really, really incredibly proud of our rich history on the Substance team, with our origins at Algorithmic and now being a part of the Adobe creative community. following the acquisition. Our work with Designer, Substance 3D Designer and Substance 3D Painter has earned us an Oscar and an Emmy in the recent years. And we were recently featured on the main stage of Adobe Max with our launch of the Substance 3D Viewer Beta. We're really focusing on democratization on the Substance 3D team. Around these 3 pillars, the first being hardware, and I think this really speaks to the fashion industry and some of the challenges that have been, that exist with the adoption of 3D. First, a lot of traditional apparel and footwear designers use Macs, and because of that, they weren't able to access the technology that they needed to make the change. So we've been really working with Apple to ensure that our applications perform really, really well on their silicone devices. The next is working with the industry and our partners and our peers in the industry around open standards, specifically OpenPBR, Material X, and OpenUSD. And the last is really what can we do with 3D and Gen AI, specifically for Adobe, that would be Firefly, Adobe Firefly, and using 3D to support that workflow as well. So a lot of exciting things, and we're really trying to allow 3D to be used by the masses, and you can see that sort of here.
So today, Adobe has built Substance into an entire ecosystem. In total, we have 5 programs, but when we're looking at Substance through the lens of the fashion industry, we're really focusing on these 4 pillars: generate, capture, texture, visualize. In Generate, we have Designer. Designer, you can use nodes to build fully parametric 3D materials with incredible precision and attention to detail. In Capture, we have Sampler. Sampler, you can capture materials and models from the real world and digitize them within minutes. You can even create parametric materials, so you can expose very important properties of this material, including colorways. In Texture, we have Painter. Painter helps texture 3D models in real time with advanced brushes, smart materials, masking. Painter is helping to apply realistic surface details, subtle pilling, wrinkling, things like that. And then lastly, in Visualize, we have Substance Stager. This is where you're able to stage virtual photography studios to capture your products in their best light. And this, in turn, saves time, money, and honestly, a headache. So let's talk digital twins. We partnered recently with INDG to create a video showcasing what fashion in 3D looks like. So here we are.
The way we create is changing. It starts with an idea, a raw concept, bringing patterns to life, shaping pieces into reality. We are always looking to keep up with change and help creatives capture their ideas and turn them into reality. What if you had a near-endless library of materials at your fingertips, each with its own set of customization options? Mix them with materials you built from scratch or imported from scans. Blend them, layer them, turn them into something truly your own. And with integrated AI, you can instantly generate infinite patterns and materials and apply them straight to your designs. Once you're happy, you can take your designs and start building scenes. Everything from the real to the surreal. See how your finished materials look under different lighting scenarios and modify with a click. Speed up your workflow with seamless software integrations, letting you spend more time focused on how to take your designs to the next level. With Adobe Substance 3D, we bring you powerful tools to bring your creativity to life.
Selena and I are very proud of this video. For us, it really showcases what 3D in fashion is going to look like in the future.
Oh, shit.
Oh my gosh.
Help. I touched the keyboard, gal.
Our savior.
So sorry. Keep going.
Okay,
Thank you.
Full screen for
great.
Okay, thank you.
It wouldn't be a live presentation without something like this, right? Okay, so I started off by talking about digital twins. So what is a digital twin? A digital twin is a 3D representation of a physical object. And when you think about that from the fashion lens, we're looking at seasons, collections, multiple products, and having a digital twin of that allows you to open up streams for introducing your product into marketing campaigns, into internal buying, line planning. There's so many different ways to use digital twins. It helps iterate, validate products faster before manufacturing. These are essential to the future of fashion.
So here's what we're hearing from brands and designers. They're finding it difficult to gain internal consensus without a prototype. Right now, they're using 2D flat CADs, sometimes even hand sketches. So 3D really speaks to being able to make smarter, faster decisions. There's a lot of wasted time and money relying on supply chain for prototypes. So say you have a design, you want to see it, you want to feel what it looks like from the back, from the side, not feel, but feel. You have to wait for something to be sewn, to fly from wherever it's made, or even just to walk up the stairs from your workshop. So being able to do that in 3D is so valuable. And then they need to create a high volume of concepts quickly to keep up with customer demand. So you have a product, now it needs to go on all of the social channels. It has to be used in e-com with every retailer. How do you continue to make high quality assets? And we really believe that 3D speaks to that. And specifically digital twins. So digital twins improve the consistency, speed, and quality at scale. You can see a few examples here across multiple industries in things like pack shots, e-com photos, colorways, being able to have that create once, use many philosophy is really illustrated here. And then once a brand creates that digital twin, like Anna just said, they can iterate faster. They can have a single source of truth, both internally and externally, and they can start to automate that content and generate endless marketing images.
So substance materials. This is really where we got our start when we were algorithmic back in the day. Substance materials are our bread and butter. And I'm sure you can make the leap. Materials are just as important in fashion. What our materials do, they're photorealistic. They're parametric, meaning they're fully customizable. And in this industry, it's very important to have that ability to change these parameters very quickly, very easily. They also work everywhere, which is number one for me. We can use this within the substance ecosystem, or we can use this externally in Unreal, in 3D programs that you're comfortable working in. So how do I capture a material? Again, this is a huge challenge in the fashion industry, is how do I get my physical samples into the 3D world? We have a very exciting product called Substance Sampler, which allows us to do that. Substance Sampler, you can take swatches from your desk, from your material libraries, from your physical world, bring them into the digital world within a matter of minutes. Substance Sampler makes it easy to quickly tile a material, making it repeatable across your pattern. It also allows you to customize this by changing the color of it, changing aspects of it that are important for next season's product launch. You can make edits to it. You can send it to wherever you're working, whether it's Clo, Browseware, whether it's Unreal. It's important that they're able to go wherever they need to go.
Mm-hmm. And Anna's going to show us a little bit more of that when
That's
she
true.
does the demo. So this is an exciting new product that launched last year at SIGGRAPH. This is the HPZ Cactus. It was a multi-year partnership between the Adobe team and HP to create this scanning device. It is downstairs in the expo. If you want to see it in person, I highly recommend it. It's super cool. A little bit about the specs here. It has an embedded NVIDIA Jetson chip, on device, Adobe image processing. It outputs up to HK and has 2 terabytes of onboard storage. And you can see that over the last year, it's won multiple design awards. One of the really interesting thing about this particular device is it has an Explorer mode. So you saw on that video that I just played, it has a tray that opens up, but you can actually lift it up. It has a handle on the top, and you can take it with you, so you can take it out into the world. So if you wanted to scan this carpet, I wouldn't do that, but if you wanted to, you could actually do that. All right, so next over to Substance 3D assets. And this is very much a continuation of that capture workflow. So we actually have our own asset library called Substance 3D Asset. It contains over 17,000 parametric materials, decals, aliases, 5,000 game-ready 3D models, and 100 environments. It is now unmetered, so if you have a license, you can use as many of those as you want, which is really exciting. You can also customize them, so they are parametric. So if you had a material that you liked, but you needed it in a different color, I highly recommend, if you want to go play, the strawberry is my favorite material, and you can add seeds and take seeds away, and you can make them bigger. It's super fun. Anyways, and you can use all of these commercially, so without any limitations. So highly recommend digging into that a little bit. So we've recently partnered with Peckler's Paris. They are a trend consultancy company to create a set of materials and colors that speak to the fashion industry and CMF designers. I'll play this here for you. So beautiful. All right, so let's get into some of the apps, starting with Substance 3D Sampler. Just a reminder, Anna already took us through them. This is where you're creating 3D models, materials, and lights from real-world photos. You can turn those photos into 3D materials super fast and easily create them with smart tools. All right, you ready?
Let's do it. All right, so here in Substance Sampler, you can start by creating very high quality materials from scans. Selena mentioned the HP Cactus, or even your iPhone. So we have some really great AI-driven tools like this material recognition that will help us enhance realism and streamline workflows. You can see from a single photo, Sampler automatically generates all of the essential PBR maps that are needed. It's really an amazing tool that we have. We also are able to bring in 2D tools, things that you're familiar with from Photoshop and Illustrator, like crop, to help with tiling. And tiling is super important. Tiling ensures that the material's repeating naturally without those visible seams. Our team has also developed tools like tiling, the tiling filter, it's very appropriately named, to help with that visual seam here. Having the ability to do this with this very comfortable UI is very important for designers who are new to the 3D world. Equalize is another great one. It smooths out inconsistencies in light and depth, which is a common issue when it comes from a scan or from a photo. This was originally developed with game artists in mind, and Sampler's toolset is very easily adaptable to the fashion and apparel workflows. So you're able to expose key features. I mentioned color for this fast and flexible material variations. Which is great. I mean, if we zoom in here, which I'll do in just a second, you can see how high quality that is, and that's just from a photo. Sampler also does something really cool within the fashion world, which is create embroideries. You can bring in Photoshop files, JPEGs, PNGs, and easily digitize that into an embroidered patch. We have lots of sliders. We're able to really customize how this is looking. And really make it your own and make it your brand. What I also love about this is because Sampler works in layers, as many of our programs do, I'm able to target just one color and say that I want to work a little bit closer with this one color, make it look a little bit brighter, and then I can add another embroidery filter directly on top of that. So it allows me to have more flexibility, and that's really the beauty of our Substance Suite is the flexibility and the layer-based nature. I can also change this from a satin stitch to a twill, and then one of my favorite parts of this whole thing is I can actually change out colors for materials. So any material that I'm digitizing, I can replace within my embroidery. And for the fashion world, this is enormous. I'm now able to really customize my patches to what they're going to be created in the future when they're actually produced. So you'll see that I added the felt here. The next is nylon. And all of the parameters associated with those materials are available for me to change. So if I needed to change the color, I'm able to do that. You'll see I'm also introducing more filters into this to make sure that it's accurate to real world. Sampler brings physical textures and creative intent together, really bridging the gap between scan-based realism and stylized design, all within a single tool.
And the impacts of all of this are really great. What happens now specifically for an embroidery workflow is a designer will go around and they might buy a few jackets, they might pull some references, and then they'll take photos of them, they might send them to the manufacturer, and then there's this iterative process of, yes, you got that right, you understood what I wanted. No, you didn't do it, please remake it. And it takes weeks to do this. So to be able to visualize it correctly from the start, to know that you're sharing something that is visually accurate can save a ton of time. And one of the things that we're working on is actually taking this, how do we take that embroidered patch and then send it to manufacturing? So is there a workflow where you take that 3D asset and you send it directly to the embroiderer? So exciting things happening. All right, Painter. Painter is where you texture models in real time with brushes and smart materials. You can paint directly on the 3D models and add realistic effects and wear with ease.
All right, let's get into Painter. Painter is our Photoshop for 3D. This is built specifically for advanced texturing workflows. Again, originally a game development tool, now it's essential for creating photorealistic, accurate apparel, footwear, and accessories. This is also accessible to non-3D pros by incorporating these familiar 2D tools and workflows. For example, this layer-based workflow. You'll also see that I'm painting along path, a very interesting new tool update, which is, again, familiar to our 2D workflows. I love this tool for this example specifically, is doing top stitching. Top stitching, it's a parametric brush. It's editable paths. I can easily adjust that stitch spacing, the space, the width, the depth, the placement. And it's a flexible way to really add detail without having to sculpt that in. So instead of having to model my top stitching, I'm just applying it as a texture, making my asset more lightweight and even more detailed so that I can bring this to whatever platform I need it to be in. I love, again, top stitching's great. We also have some great brushes like seams, what's puckering. There's a lot of fun ones, purl. There's a lot going on, and you can really make it your own.
You can actually bring in your own brushes from Photoshop.
That's true. In addition to laying down those global details, I can apply those custom parametric materials, so the ones that we created in Sampler or in Designer. I can adjust my colors, meaning that I can adjust the colors for whatever colorways I need. If I'm doing 10 in a season, I can do that very quickly. I can be also very intentional about where I'm placing my material by using our geometry masking. So if I know that just this part of the hat needs to have that twill on it, I can easily just select that in our UVs. What else is great about this is just the ability to easily drop in material, easily drop in our embroideries. This is my favorite part because I just love the embroidery tool. I think it's so great. Really, all it is just dragging and dropping onto our model. Within the Substance suite, we do love a good drag and drop wherever we can do it. It just makes that workflow so much easier. Another great tool that we have recently updated, I don't know when this was introduced, so I'm not even going to try to say it, but this is our integration with Illustrator. So again, we're trying to bridge our 2D and 3D tools, really, as Selena mentioned before, democratizing 3D for all. So here I am in Illustrator. I have my artboards. They're all named with their different team names, and I can drag that Illustrator file directly into my Painter window, maintaining the properties of that sticker material that I had originally had. And now I can cycle through all of my artboards, really quickly changing out my different graphics. And again, this is very important for scalability. Using one Painter project to generate multiple colorways, multiple variations of my product. Painter really gives you that creative precision and production-ready results, all in a streamlined visual workflow.
I love that. Spoiler for inside background, I never watched the full demo before, so I'm always so excited to see what she does. I love the sticker on top of the, so it was like rough. That was so great. Okay.
You gotta hang around me more.
I know. All right, stager. Okay, reminder. This is where you are assembling your scenes to get those photographic renders, really to set up that perfect 3D shot with pro quality lights, cameras, and materials.
All right, stager. Stager we're using for rendering. So this is for creating these perfect, clean, high quality pack shots of your product within a couple of minutes. So you'll see here, I'm adding in a camera. I can very quickly adjust the background, turn off that grid, which I think you guys might like that grid, but I don't really like it. I can also turn on ray tracing to preview how the light and the materials are interacting in real time, giving us a more accurate sense of shadows, reflections, highlights, etc. I can also add multiple cameras. I mean, that's the most important for pack shots, is getting all of those different views. This is ideal for building out a full product suite like e-com views, catalog shots, variant testing, things like that. The other thing I can do, you just see that I named that camera animation. Very simple animation, turntable animation to showcase your product in 3D, in 360. I can render that out to a GIF or an MP4. So here is our pack shot, our final renders from Stager, and it's very, it's very quick. The next thing, which is also very exciting, is Firefly. Firefly within the Substance applications. And this is great for generating lifestyle shots. So you'll see I just used the text to 3D to prompt Firefly to create this 3D prompt or a scene filler. What it does is it's going to give me 4 variations, and I can drag and drop these directly into my scene here. These are actual 3D objects. So props like hats, sunglasses, they're going to interact properly within the scene. So here you'll see that I've turned on the collision feature, which allows me to naturally place my hat within our scene. Next is our asset library. So in addition to actually generating 3D models, I can just pull from our asset library. And you'll see that I'm just creating a simple scene here. I'm not texturing the tent. It's not really important for me to texture it because it's just in the background here. We have multiple tents if you're looking for it. You saw in our asset library. But what I can do from here is I can actually prompt Firefly to generate a 2D background for me. So in text to background, what I'm doing is I'm typing in a prompt describing the scene. Prompting is an art. I'm sure you guys are experienced with it. Sometimes you got to go back and edit that prompt. What I like to do is describe the scene and then describe the vibe of the scene afterwards. Once I have my prompt all ready to go, this next composition tab allows me to select different parts of my scene, which really isolates this hero object. I'm telling Firefly, please don't change anything about my hat because this is proprietary to my brand, this is going out into the market, but everything else you can change. I can then generate, it's gonna give me 4 different backgrounds, and just as I said before, if you don't like your prompt, and you don't like your background or your camera, you can always change those things around and regenerate, giving you 4 new options. Once I have one set, I can now match background, match image, which allows me to match my lighting to my actual background that has just been generated. So you'll see I'll turn ray tracing on here. From here, I can actually render this out to a Photoshop file. Having a Photoshop file is so important. I just render out to Photoshop because what it does for me is, we'll see here, it puts my background on its own separate layer. So my Firefly background is now separate from my 3D layer, meaning I can turn that off, I can turn it on, I can change things about my background without affecting my product. And it also will give me a series of masks, material masks, object masks, depth masks, just to make that post-processing much easier. That's it.
Nice.
There we go.
There we go. All right, thank you. And this is really important because we find that being able to render images of 3D really is impactful for the industry. I dropped in a few metrics here. Digital shoppers expect 8 images per product when they shop online. Companies find there's a 50% higher engagement with 3D content than static content. 94% see a lift in conversions for retailers using 3D content, and there's an 11 times higher chance of purchase for products that are viewed in VR, or excuse me, AR, but probably VR too. Whew. And then automation really comes to play here. Because of that need for scale, there is a lot of value around being able to automate your products. We have, at Substance, we have a Substance 3D automation that allows you to scale those, your content creation, allowing for consistency and quality, and then integration with other workflows. So again, going from one to many, and this can look like different colorways, this could look like different logos on a shirt, whatever you need at scale. And then lastly, on the Adobe side at least, Substance 3D Viewer, which is currently in beta. I mentioned that it was launched last year at Adobe Max. And this is, just a reminder, this is where our new creative tool to produce Creative Studio for digital twins and physical goods. So allowing you to composite 3D into tools like Photoshop, really style, stage, and render digital content in context.
No? Oh. So the 3D viewer, bridges across both 3D and 2D workflows, as Selena was mentioning. So it starts from your traditional 3D tools, whatever you're comfortable building your 3D models in, bringing it through the Substance Suite, through Painter, through Sampler, exporting that as a USD, and then bringing that into the viewer to composite your 3D model into 2D workflows. It's really unlocking that door for allowing your 3D model to go further beyond actual 3D and into 2D, traditional roles, like graphic designers.
Yeah. And it's great because now that you have that 3D model, you can share it with somebody that has had a more traditional graphic workflow. It's really unlocking, like right now, if somebody needs it in marketing, you've got to make a screenshot, or you've got to do a render, or you've got to do something. So now in the future, you pass them the 3D model, and then they can do what they need to. Hopefully they're not changing too much, but they have the freedom to start to use it in different ways.
All right, so let's do that with our hat that we've now built. So here's the viewer. You can think of it as the Acrobat for 3D. It's very lightweight to preview, share, and interact with 3D files. So you saw that seamless integration into Photoshop. I was able to drag that 3D file in. I double click on that smart layer, which opens up the 3D viewer. I can now change camera angles. I can adjust my lighting. I can turn on shadows. I can preview this using ray tracing. And once I have that all set up, and I'm comfortable with how it looks within our Photoshop file, I can then send that back to Photoshop using that nice little button at the top right there. There we go. Let's click on that. Okay. It's going to load. It's going to send it back to Photoshop in the correct angle that it's supposed to be in. And then from here, because it's still a layer, I can treat it as a layer. I can then come in here and, sorry for my bad Photoshop skills, but I can make it look like it's supposed to for whatever marketing campaigns, any tools that I need to create that for. The viewer is, again, I said this already, but it's unlocking 2D or 3D for 2D designers, allowing those assets to go across multiple workflows, and we're very excited about it. Great.
Into integrations. Again, very proud of our extended and open Substance ecosystem. You can see here all of the applications where we integrate Substance materials and allow you to render. I'm sure there's a few that are quite familiar.
And right now we are very, we're proud, yes, of our initiative to have 3D for all. And that has shown itself within our open PBR standard, which is the support is coming to Painter, Designer, Sampler, and Viewer, basically standardizing materials across all platforms. We're also within the Alliance for OpenUSD with partners like Microsoft, Sony, Epic Games, our gracious hosts. And this, again, is to democratize 3D content, to standardize it across all platforms so that it's accepted everywhere. In addition to this, our answer for that internally is the Substance connector. Substance 3D Connector is an open sourced framework that can transfer data or content between different applications. It's seamless, it's great performance, and this ability to transfer those meshes and materials back and forth reduces that amount of time spent on importing and exporting data from one application to another. And that allows us to do something like this. So one of our coworkers, Justin, thank you, Justin, who has a Vision Pro, was able to bring this USD asset into his Vision Pro world and preview that very seamlessly. He's able to interact with it, turn it around, and this is, again, unlocking new channels beyond actual 2D renders. We're still in that 3D world in AR and VR.
What's great here is this was, if you have a Mac, you can just take the file and airdrop it to your device or your phone. You can also do this in a phone workflow. But when we think about design and the design experience and looking at samples, being able to pass a file to someone that they can start to turn around and engage with is so impactful. Again, thinking about that time savings from getting a physical sample, this is the sample. This becomes the sample in the air. All right, so all of this brings us to Adobe Substance 3D and Twinmotion and the unlock that can be found when using those tools together. Can you take us through?
Of course, yes. Okay, so with this demo, we're gonna actually start in the asset library. Selena mentioned it's over 23,000 models, materials, lights, but today we're gonna keep it simple. We're just gonna look for one chair. And you see we have about 184 to choose from. In this case, I'm just gonna take a Adirondack chair where I could preview what it looks like before I actually go to download. Again, these are commercially safe to use, so wherever you need to use it, you can use it. Here we are in Twinmotion. I can easily import this Adirondack chair using our import window, which supports standard 3D formats. I just did this for fun, sorry. Gravity, woo, it's fun. This just allows us to place our objects very nicely within the workflow. Now, Twinmotion also has integrations with Substance materials. It's a sampling of different materials that you're able to preview, or you can use the links below to get yourself back into that asset library. Just like in our other workflows within the Substance applications, you're able to drag and drop that material within a matter of seconds. Again, it's important for us that our materials look the same across all platforms, and they look realistic, and I would say that that looks pretty good. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, we also have all of our parameters exposed. So if you wanted to make adjustments to these materials after the fact, you're able to do that with our sliders, our drop-down menus, our color chips. So all of that stuff that makes materials exciting and perform well is here within the Unreal Engine. All right, now that I've got it looking pretty good, we can start to build the rest of our scene. I'm going to import our trucker hat that we've built over the course of this whole presentation. I can import this, and again, using some great tools that Twinmotion has, including collision, I'm able to now place that within my scene and start to build this out. Now, again, this is a very simple scene. Twinmotion is an incredibly powerful engine and very appropriate for the apparel workflow. Personal anecdote, I don't come from a 3D background. It's something that I learned on the job, and having tools like this allows me to do my job a lot easier and to learn a lot faster. We get very high quality renders out of this, and our partnership with Unreal and Substance has been incredibly important for the development of 3D in fashion. All right, so let's bring it all together. We've done a lot in our demos. We were able to create this really great hat. So let's see where it goes. We have our pack shots. This is important for e-commerce. Selena mentioned 8 images. This is 6, sorry.
Here's the other ones.
We also can have lifestyle shots. We can bring this into marketing campaigns using our 2D tools, like in Photoshop, and using Firefly, which allows us to create endlessly. I can also create these different colorways within that same painter file, different, our stallions versus our vipers, having the ability to change between materials, embroideries, art boards, makes it so simple for me.
And empower our digital marketers to start to use 3D on their own to create what they need.
And then lastly, we can bring it beyond that. We can bring it into the rest of the 3D world, including Twinmotion. This is allowing us to extend the life of our 3D assets beyond, actually just creating them for 2D worlds. You can see, we put it in the beach. Why not? Right? It's better that way. And I also just love, makes it so highly realistic and allows for the users, the buyers, the consumers to visualize it, beyond just those 8 images. That's it from us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We do have some time for questions if anyone.
Dynamics, and today I'm presenting a technical artist guide to profiling in Unreal Engine. So in this talk, I'll present an accessible workflow for technical artists and other technically minded people to efficiently profile worst performing areas of the game with the goal of quickly determining the most effective optimizations to recommend to content teams. This is not intended to be a comprehensive overview of all available performance tools in Unreal Engine or an expert level talk on low-level optimization techniques. And some context is that I've worked with a lot of technical artists, but also environment artists who are technical, QA, even producers who want to have a better understanding of how to optimize and how to find good optimizations. But they don't know where to put an effort. They don't know what tool to use for the job. They don't know what all the bars and colors mean if you open up a profile in Insights, for example. And they also don't have a good idea when to stop and pass the investigation off to a subject matter expert when the time is right. So first of all, we'll figure out where we want to focus, where to start. There are a couple different approaches, and we're going to start with some that aren't technically profiling, but they are important for maintaining optimized content. First of all, we'll want to proactively check all our art assets as they go into the editor with Unreal Engine's data validation plugin. Some examples of this are simple and complex collision, landscape grass distance culling, material count and layer count, mesh density and max poly count, and also map checks. On the implementation side, this is a little bit technical, so if you're a technical artist, you'll want to work with engineering on this. And once they've established a framework, tech art can definitely help write individual checks. I also recommend doing this in C++ for efficiency, especially if you have a lot of content, but also to make sure that you're keeping iteration times down for your content creators. On the content creator side, it's really easy, and there are a couple different options for using validation. So first of all, you can manually run it through the content browser, but we've also added a customization, a perforce trigger that's used to require validation on submission via view changes. And then this will also show up in the change list description, so you can easily verify that all content is being validated. We're also running validation nightly via the build machine, and then we'll get a long list of any validation errors that have popped up, and we can communicate that easily to our content creators via Slack, or use whatever communication channels you prefer using. Secondly, we can keep an eye on all assets currently used in the game. And there are a couple really good tools for doing this. The first one is Tools Audit Asset Audit, which you can see on the right-hand side. And this is really helpful for gathering data on assets. Usually we are looking at static meshes, and it's a little tricky to actually get that information if you're not familiar with this tool. Once you have the asset audit open, you'll want to go to Add Asset Class and then type in Use Static Mesh, and then you'll see static mesh pop up. You can select that, and then on the left-hand side, you can filter down to just static meshes, which will give you all this beautiful data. There's a lot of data in here, and I'll get to that in a sec, how we want to process that. The other tool I want to mention really quick is statistics, and statistics is used to gather data on objects while you're running Pi. So here's an example of that, and one thing that's like really helpful in here is instance count. So we can take the other data that was from asset audit, including poly count, material count, dimensions, is Nanite enabled, combine that with instances used in game, and then we can start processing that data. Both these tools allow you to export CSV, and then TechArt can write Python scripts to generate additional metrics based on exported data. They can filter data just to assets that are relevant to each of the content teams that they are working with. And they can also apply conditional color coding to help content creators understand where to focus their optimization efforts. So over here, we have an example of doing that, grabbing all that data, manipulating it, coming up with a new metric, and then displaying it in a way that's easily digestible for content creators so that they know exactly where to focus their efforts. Then lastly, in order to use the team's time most effectively, we want to make sure that we're focusing our profiling and optimization efforts on the content that will give us the biggest bang for the buck. And ultimately, our goal here is to make sure that the game is running at a reasonable frame rate. It's lovely if all of our content is well organized, but at the end of the day, what we really care about is the game itself. So another call out is there are a lot of really helpful visual debugging tools, and I feel that artists, especially being visual people, they tend to gravitate toward those debug modes, but they don't always provide you information about bottlenecks, for example. So you can spend all day optimizing for a particular debug mode, but that might not even be the bottleneck, and then you won't actually see any big change in frame rate. So in order to help focus efforts, the first thing that we want to look at is something like a performance map, like the one over here that we've developed internally. This was created by our engineering team, and every so often our build machine automatically captures data based on user-added POI markers. If you see the little red squares on the right-hand side, those are our POI markers. There are some that have already been placed, but any user can add additional POI markers for any location that they would like to have more data for. Frame data is also captured to help provide insight into bottlenecks. So if you look down on the lower half of the screen, you'll see information including game thread time, render thread time, GPU time. This is helpful both to figure out what the biggest bottleneck might be in a certain area, but you can also compare different captures to see if there's been a regression, for example. So it's helpful for tracking data over time. The seat map is super easy to use. It's very helpful, and I highly suggest creating something like this in order to focus your team. So next, we'll talk about reproducible performance testing. We'll want to pinpoint a location for performance testing, but we also want to ensure that we are profiling in a reproducible way. This is especially important when you're testing optimizations in addition to profiling. So, how do we set up for our investigations? First of all, we'll want to launch the game. You'll want to, before you even launch the game, start Unreal Insights via the Unreal editor. It's best to do this beforehand because late connecting can potentially lead to data issues, so just to be safe, we'll do that first. Next, we'll want to run a development build of the game. This is going to provide us the most information during profiling compared to a test build where a lot of that information is stripped out, but in general, we'll run fast enough to be generally representative of what we're trying to profile. We do want to be mindful, though, that it's not going to be exactly representative. So debug is sometimes going to impact performance, and we should keep that in mind when we're looking at our profiles. Also in UGS, you'll probably want to confirm that you're synced to a similar change list as the build to ensure that symbols match, just in case that's necessary later. Once the game's running, use this trace.stop command to avoid generating a large trace file. Sometimes it'll take several minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes to find the spot that you're trying to profile. We don't want to be generating gigabytes and gigabytes of data while we're just trying to find the spot that we care about. It'll also make it more difficult to find the spot that you're trying to profile later on. Then we'll proceed to the area identified on the heat map in the last step. And one additional feature of the tool that we created is that when you select a region, it will create a bug@go command that we can paste into the command prompt later to get right to where we want to go. So once we've arrived in that location, we'll want to pinpoint exactly where we want to test. So that's not just position, it's also like camera orientation. So if I'm looking this way, performance might be fine. But if I rotate this way, it might get really bad. So we'll want to keep that in mind too, looking all around to figure out where that worst spot is that we want to dig into. Unreal provides several helpful stat commands to track performance at a high level. For example, stat FPS. That will bring up a small panel on the right-hand side of the screen that tracks information on what your frame rate is, but it's small, and it can be difficult to track it, especially when you're running around the game, maybe fighting a boss. And we wanted to create something that's a little bit easier to track, which you can see below. It's part of our in-game performance monitor that engineering built using IAM-GUI. Lives at the bottom of the screen. You can actually move it around a little bit, which is helpful. And you can see it out of the corner of your eye when you're playing, which is super, super helpful. So I think I have an example here. So as you can see, this is totally fine, but we look at this field of glass and that looks a little suspicious. So I go back to verify, and you know what? I think this is an area over here that I want to dig into. So once we've identified the specific spot we want to profile, we may want to prepare for an A/B test if we plan on testing optimizations in the future. So by A/B test, what I mean is verifying optimizations by comparing performance with and without the optimization, ensuring that the optimization is the only thing or close to it in the frame that has changed. So a couple things that you'll want to do to prepare for that, run bug@go command and save off the results. That'll get both your position and orientation. You'll want to consider controlling all game state conditions that can cause differences between captures. So a lot of this is going to be movement related. So if you're using a time of day system, you'll want to control that. Weather, wind, wetness, that will also want to be controlled. Any kind of ambient movement where things are swaying back and forth a little bit, that can have an impact. Any animated geometry. So movement is the big theme here. The biggest thing that's probably going to be moving around your screen is actually the character. So you may also want to consider hiding the character. We created a custom command, hide player, in order to do this. This was implemented via the custom cheat manager. And one thing to keep in mind if you decide to do this yourself is make sure that all the components are hidden too, which will require a little bit of piping data around. This is all really helpful so that you can literally flip between screens and see exactly what's changing, not just from a performance standpoint, but also from a visual standpoint. Because sometimes when we optimize, there might be slight visual changes, and we want to catch those and make sure that we're okay with them. On the flip side, also keep in mind that if you're doing this, you're removing things that could potentially be expensive. So double check, make sure that when you disable these features, that they're not the things that are adding significant cost. In that case, you will want to keep them on and dive into the profiles with characters, motion, et cetera, enabled. A couple other helpful hotkeys and commands. So there's slow-mo 0, which pauses the game, really helpful when you're trying to pinpoint an exact frame during a cinematic or similar. But you can also create custom key bindings by editing default input INI, which you can submit and the entire team will have access to that. Alternatively, you can edit your local app data user input INI and add whatever commands you would like to use personally. A few examples that we've added, if on the numpad you hit the period key, that does slow-mo 1, alt period does slow-mo 0.1, and control period does slow-mo 0.01. So that way we can very carefully step through and find the exact frame that we want to profile. Another helpful tool is console variables editor for batching commands. I've already mentioned a few. There are a few more that I'm going to mention after this. So that's absolutely worth investigating in order to make your workflow more efficient. One sec. Okay, so next we're going to determine bottlenecks. Now that we know where we want to focus, what tools do we want to use to gather more information? So the first thing we'll want to do is check stat unit. This will bring up a panel on the right-hand side of the screen with a couple of different timings. There's game, frame, draw, GPU time. And what we'll want to do is compare these against each other to figure out where the bottleneck most likely is. First thing we want to check is if game is close to frame. This is likely a game thread bottleneck if we see this happening, and the next step in that case would be to perform an Unreal Insights trace. If draw is close to frame, this is likely a rendered thread bottleneck. And because it's also a CPU issue, we'll still want to perform a Unreal Insights trace. However, if GPU time is close to frame, then it's probably a GPU bottleneck. And in that case, Unreal Insights might provide some basic information, but ultimately we'll probably end up in profile GPU or a dedicated GPU debugger in order to diagnose what the issue is. Because those numbers tend to jump around frame to frame, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to do that comparison. So it could help to visualize it in a graph, and there are a couple options for that. There's actually a built-in command in Unreal stat unit graph, which will create a small graph in the corner of your screen, and it's color-coded based on the panel in the corner. We created our own version of this, which is part of the performance monitor that I mentioned earlier, so we can see that see those stats over a longer period of time. Now that we know what tools we want to use to profile our issues, we can do a deep dive. So, what are common patterns we should look for? And when should we consider passing the investigation to someone else? First, we'll start with CPU bottlenecks in Unreal Insights. So before we run the trace, we'll want to prepare and run the command stats verbose named events. This will start, and then we start the trace with the command trace start. Optionally, you can use these commands to identify specific frames in your trace. There's trace bookmark and trace screenshot. These are really helpful because you might have tens or hundreds or even thousands of frames in Insights. If you use these commands, it'll place a little marker in your graph so that you can find it far more easily. So I definitely recommend using these. You can create custom key bindings, which is really helpful. And then also in our performance monitor, there's a frame number stat. So that way, if we're doing a video recording, we can compare the video itself against our Unreal Insights trace. And having context is really helpful. So for example, if you're seeing a lot of physics stuff going on in the trace, and then you look at the frame and there's a big explosion, you have a better, much faster understanding of what might be contributing to your performance problems. Once you've captured enough data, we usually run for a couple seconds at a minimum. You stop the trace with the command trace stop, and then we'll switch to Unreal Insights. select the trace that we just captured and press Open Trace. If for whatever reason you don't see the trace there, just confirm that the directory containing the trace is included in the list of directories to monitor. And once Insights is open, you'll want to look at the top panel, called the Frames panel, to start identifying low frame rate areas. So you can see an example over here, and there are two types of low frame rate areas that we're looking for. The first type is a hitch, which you see on the left-hand side, and it's that tiny little one-frame spike. The other area to the right is a consistently low frame rate area. When tech artists or others are first getting started looking at Insights captures, I typically recommend to look at the consistent low FPS areas first. It's usually a little bit easier to diagnose. It's also usually more often content related, so it's easier to find actionable optimization recommendations by looking in those areas. Next, we will select a frame in that Frames panel that we'd like to dig into, which you see up top here, the little blue box. The selected frame will also be highlighted in the Timings view panel below, which you can see that blue, large blue highlighted area there. And it's always a good idea to confirm the bottleneck, even though by comparing those stats earlier, we got a good sense of where it probably is. Never hurts to look at your trace and identify the bottleneck. So if you look at this one here, we see that there's a large section of the GPU track where nothing is happening. Down below in the game thread, there's a lot of stuff going on. So this confirms our hypothesis that, you know what, this is probably a CPU issue, specifically a game thread issue, and the GPU is stalling because it doesn't have any work to do, because the CPU is still figuring out what needs to be done next. The next step of this is that you'll want to figure out what the specific issue is. So we know it's CPU, we know it's game thread, but what specifically about the game thread is the issue? If we look in this example, we'll see that there's a lot of physics stuff going on. And this looks like a little suspicious, probably, I'm guessing 10 milliseconds of physics work. Another thing you'll want to make sure that you have is budgets, both for the CPU, but also for the GPU. And you'll look at this, guesstimate that there's about 10 milliseconds here. You'll compare that against your CPU budgets, and physics might be 2 or 3 milliseconds, and you're like, wait a minute. That seems expensive. So that's the point where you need to either drill down into this. If we skip ahead, you'll see that there's a lot of stuff underneath. So those are probably specific physics-related actors that we can zoom into. There might be a theme, maybe there's a rock that's really expensive and it's duplicated hundreds or thousands of times. And we'll be able to see that once we zoom in and catch that, and maybe there's a VFX tag attached to it. And we know that's the team that we probably want to reach out to and let them know, hey, we found this thing, could you look into optimizing it? There are other times where there isn't obvious content that is connected to a category that's way over budget. And in that case, it's usually a good time to hand this investigation off to a subject matter expert. So for example, a physics programmer who might be able to dig into this more with all the context of what is going on. I wouldn't recommend for tech artists or others to spend time trying to learn the entire physics system when it's a lot more efficient to just pass it off. All right, so here's another example. We're looking at the RHI thread and the render thread here. And if you look at this one, there's a 36 millisecond deferred shading scene renderer, and then we look at that, and 28.6 milliseconds of that is some force map scene. That's definitely over budget too. This is still CPU issue, but this is a good example of like there's no real content here that we can make recommendations to the content team. So this is probably something that we want to hand off to an engineer and figure out, okay, why is this thing taking basically a frame's worth of time in order to process? Moving along to GPU bottlenecks, we can also see issues in Unreal Insights. Capturing a trace and viewing here will provide a high-level amount of information on GPU work. So again, we're going to confirm our bottlenecks. We look at the GPU thread, looks pretty busy. Then we look down at the game thread, and I see game thread wait for task, game thread idle time, and then CPU, a bunch of little CPU stalls. So this indicates to me that the issue is the GPU. But there isn't a ton of information in here. Obviously, we can compare these high-level categories against our GPU budgets to see, generally speaking, where we might be over. So for example, Nanite Viz buffer seems a little high, and shadow depth seems a little high. But we can't get any information about specific assets that might be causing these performance issues. So we're going to dig a little deeper. The first thing you'll want to do is run the following commands to make sure that there's enough detailed information in the profile that you're about to do. The first one is r.show material draw events 1. That's for everything that's non-Nanite. And then also r.nanite.show mesh draw events 1, and that's for everything that is Nanite. You'll also want to disable async compute, and then run the command profile GPU. Just a side note, if you're certain that the GPU is the issue and it's not CPU, it is okay to do this in the editor Pi, if that saves you time, especially if you're iterating on optimizations. And also, if you're running from a build, the results of this profile will dump into a log file in your project saved folder, which you can then open up in Unreal Editor. And then also, if Unreal Insights and Profile GPU aren't able to provide enough information, I think that's the point where, again, you want to pull in an engineer and dig even deeper with a dedicated GPU profiler. For example, picks if you're doing PC or Xbox, or Razer if you're doing PlayStation. And then you can get even more information, but that's a whole nother talk. It's very complex. So here's an example of profile GPU, and there are two parts to this interface. The top part has a bunch of colored bars, and the bottom part has more detailed text information. The idea here is we just want to follow the biggest colored bars. So in this example, I just start expanding, and I'm like looking for the really big chunky bars, expand it some more, keep expanding, and I'm just like drilling all the way down until I can't expand anymore, and then can't do anything more, so I go down to this bottom panel, I keep expanding one more time, and I find that there is a material glass, thickness simple. Glass is usually expensive. Maybe there's too much glass on screen, or too many features are enabled, but that's where I'd really focus on my investigations. All right, so moving along to gaining traction on the optimizations that we've identified in our profiling. How do we help the responsible team get traction? A lot of times as a tech artist, you find the thing that's expensive and you're like, oh, like it's right there. But then content creators, engineers, they don't know what to do with that information immediately. First of all, it's helpful to have a central location for communicating about and discussing findings. For example, a Slack channel is really helpful here. That's what we use, and for every performance issue we find, we'll make a new post and then start a discussion in the thread where we figure out, like, oh, like, do we have all the information? Can anyone else provide context? Who is this best suited to send to? And that's been really, really helpful. Once we get to the point that we are either starting that new post or creating a JIRA issue if we're ready to assign the work out to someone, there's a lot of information that we want to include. So we've created a checklist to help people make sure that all that info is there. First off, you want to have a really clear, concise issue summary. You'll want to include a JIRA link once the JIRA has been created. You'll want to do a basic analysis of what the problem is. So as a tech artist, I wouldn't worry too much if you don't know exactly why the physics system is so expensive. Just do the best you can, so that way all the work that you've done with the analysis can be passed off to the next person. If you're developing on multiple platforms, you'll want to include that information. If you're developing on PC, you'll want to also include which GPU you're using. You'll want to include clear reproduction steps. So if a programmer wants to try recreating this later and attach a debugger, they know exactly what to do. Next, include the change list for the instance of the game that the issue was found on. If it's available, include the trace frame number or the frame number of the build, of the issue in the build. Then as much media as you can provide, like, the better. Really, really helpful. So screenshots, videos, anything you can provide to help provide context. Then provide a screenshot of the trace with the area of concern highlighted, similar to what I did earlier in this presentation. And then finally, the location of the trace file, if you put it up in the network, that way someone can easily grab it if they want to dig a little deeper. To help guide this process, I highly recommend working with a producer to create a JIRA template with applicable fields pre-filled, so that way you can even just have a button where anyone who's doing profiling can click that button and then easily fill out with the information above. I also suggest creating a dashboard for tracking all active performance issues, which I have an example of here. This is really helpful just to make sure that you're continuing to drive these optimizations forward. We have ours broken down by team, so you can see what environment art needs to do, engineering, tech art, et cetera. We can also see recently created issues and then a burn down chart too to make sure that we're, like, actually making the progress that we want to see and hitting all of our performance goals. So, starting to wrap things up now, I've included some documentation for tools and other tech that I've mentioned in my presentation, so definitely recommend checking out these links. And then also, once you're at the point where you've figured out, okay, it's shadow pass issue. Matt Astole did a great talk last year where he drills into each of those categories and displays tools that are really helpful for gathering more information to provide to your content teams. So I just want to say thank you to everyone at Crystal Dynamics and our partners who contributed toward the workflows and tech presented in this talk. Engineering, tech art, production too. And also thank you to Epic for organizing in RealFest Orlando 2025. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming here to my session at Unreal Fest. It's great to be here. I hope everyone's having a blast and learning a lot. I am for sure. My name is Konrad Białowąs and I'm a senior environment artist at Bloober team. And I'm here just to talk a little bit about the environment art of the Otherworld from the game Silent Hill 2. This session will be mostly art-based, where I'll be presenting some workflows that we introduced in the production of those environments. We'll be talking a little bit about environmental storytelling, which is a massive part of Silent Hill. And at the end, I've added a little bit of technical aspects of optimization and some of the problems we encountered during the production of the game. I'll be mostly talking about it from the perspective as an environment artist and how we kind of cooperated together on those topics. Cool. So before we get started, just a few words about myself. I decided to put my photo there for some reason, but you can see me here. So I've been working in the industry as an environment artist for around 7 years. And before that, I worked in live television, but also working within Unreal. Here are some of my contact details that you can reach me on in case I miss anything or you have any kind of questions that might have arisen after the presentation. Please feel free to contact me and I'll do my best to answer those questions. So just a quick rundown of what we'll be talking about today. When I was doing the presentation, I realized that some of you may not know what Silent Hill is about, and I think like a basic understanding of what the game kind of is about is important to understand what the Otherworld is. So could I get a show of hands who played the original Silent Hill 2? Okay, nice. And who played the remake? Okay, great. Great, that's very optimistic. So firstly, we will deep dive into the rules of the Otherworld, so the kind of basic visual pillars that we have used as a guide in the process of production. Then I'll present through workflows. Making the environment character section will be the environmental storytelling aspect of the game, because as those who have played it, and I see a lot of you played it, know how big that role plays in Silent Hill, symbolism and all of that. And at the end, as I said, problems, optimizations, and takeaway, and a short Q&A session where you can ask any questions that you might have. So I'll just explain to those who have not played it what Silent Hill 2 is about. The original was released in 2001, and since then has been recognized as a cult classic of the psychological horror genre. Silent Hill 2 follows the story of James Sunderland, who travels down to the town of Silent Hill after receiving a letter from his deceased wife, Mary. There he discovers that there is something wrong with the town. He encounters disturbing monsters and mysterious characters, including a Maria, a woman who eerily resembles Mary, his wife. As James delves deeper, he uncovers repressed memories and guilt surrounding Mary's death. The town reflects his inner torment, forcing him to confront the truth. The game explores themes of grief, guilt, and psychological trauma. And when we started work and word came out that we are working on Silent Hill 2, not many people were optimistic. And I think just looking by all the kind of fan feedback of old fans and new fans and seeing how much you folks enjoyed the game made us very happy, because everyone at Bloober team is a big fan of Silent Hill, and that game had a lot of kind of influence on us as game developers. So with all this kind of foundation out of the way, we can get into the topic of today's presentation. If you're not familiar with Silent Hill, you might not know what the Otherworld is. It is portrayed differently in different series of Silent Hill, but in Silent Hill 2, the Otherworld is a hellish, rusted, and decayed version of the real town of Silent Hill, often called the Fog World. It is not just a creepy aesthetic, but it is very much a psychological space. It reflects James's internal state and emotions, often in ways that are subtle, but sometimes they are brutally literal. We've had to think of it not just a visual layer, but as an emotional and a narrative one. So here's a small visual explanation of the Otherworld to help you understand how the world changes and progresses throughout the game. The walls start peeling away from the main structure through gradual exposing of the metal, wires, and rust, which are so definitive of the Silent Hill visual aesthetic. The lighting becomes darker and much more contrasted, and we start seeing these unexplainable voids in the floors and the ceiling that seemingly end nowhere. So as I was creating this presentation, I felt that we can split all of the aesthetic of the Otherworld into 3 main rules or visual pillars that work in tandem to boost the narrative of the game. Those 3 are cloth, layered decay, and rusted metal. Each plays a different role in the storytelling value of the game. The cloth fabric gives us these creepy silhouettes and shrouds the entire level in mystery. The decay makes everything sick and fragile, and this references the progressively worsening health of our main character's wife, Mary. And the rusted metal, it grounds everything in a harsh and tactile reality. Together, they create a layered visual language that reflects the mental unraveling of the characters. We'll deep dive into the first pillar, which is the cloth, and we'll go into some kind of examples and breakdowns of how we created this asset and what I feel make our approach unique. So Silent Hill 2 consists of so many different kind of cloths and fabrics that come in so many different shapes and sizes. And here we have an example from Blue Creek Apartments, where the cloth is, in this case, super tightly bound to the environment. It feels man-made. It doesn't feel natural. On the other hand, we had the use of fabric in order to create striking compositions that will guide the player and catch their attention in important parts of the level. In this example, we are in Brookhaven Hospital in the electric bed puzzle, and this was kind of the main piece of the level, and we wanted this to feel like almost like a cinematic shot. So I really liked this one. And then we go on to sort of cloth that is just absolutely plastering the whole level, that you can barely see what's underneath the fabric. And this, I think, was one of the most effective tools we had as environment artists to create this horror feeling, because in darkness, you barely can see what the shape makes out of the cloth. You don't know if it's an enemy, if it's another character. So the horror value really gets spiked, and the player's imagination gets very stimulated here. So what I feel makes our approach to creating this sort of fabric and cloth assets is that we created and simulated everything with the environment in mind. Firstly, we tried creating some sort of, generic kits or modular sort of kit bashing sets. And of course, that had some mileage to it. But for the massive role these elements, they play visually and narratively in the game, we had to get something more effective. Because if we didn't think of creating the clothes with the environment in mind, everything looked disconnected. So in this case, we leaned into simulation tools, fabric simulation tools, such as Marvel's Designer. So the main workflow for this was creation of a base environment, which was just our kind of silhouette for the simulation. So we would kind of drop in all the kind of basic geometries, such as the walls and the floors, chairs, etc. Then we would export that as a level, or as a chunk of a level, and put it in, for example, Marvel's Designer or any kind of simulation software that the artist preferred. This gave us, this really striking sort of compositions and silhouettes that were so important to us. And most of all, they were not repetitive. It was very unique. We then kind of did an extra detail pass in ZBrush or any kind of software you like, and did a small optimization by decimating it. And lastly, everything was textured in Substance Painter with, a complete baked texture set that once again drove the visual fidelity to a very nice level. And we used Nanite a lot throughout the game. We really enjoyed Nanite, and the reason for that is, it firstly makes stuff look pretty, which we like as artists. Tech artists don't like that as much when they had to optimize. But in a game where 80% of the time you're walking around with a flashlight and the cone of light is very limited, when you have janky, optimized, not smooth sort of silhouettes, you instantly see that. And we felt that it removes the player from the world they're in. So, when we had this opportunity to sort of use this more geometry, we jumped right at it because it created really nice lighting and casted super nice shadows. So here's a little bit of an anecdote regarding this workflow, because it's a pretty much a traditional workflow, except for the fact that we export bits of the level and work around them to create our compositions. But at the start, thanks to my lead Fabian, who sent me these images from his garage where he wrapped up a wheelchair in some cloth and some duct tape and created some scans of it to see what kind of effect we can get. He created some pillars, et cetera, and the scans give fantastic results. They're super high fidelity, but for a smaller team like ours, it was not really time and cost effective to scan all of the stuff that we need. So we had to go back into this more traditional workflow in order to, make all of the stuff that we want and not only rely on this. But this work was not wasted because this gave us a fantastic benchmark that we have, right in the engine, that we can always look back and get as a quality sort of something that we want to achieve using their traditional workflow. And this was super helpful. So now we go into the second pillar, which is the crafting the tangible layers of decay. So what I mean by tangible is we wanted the player to almost feel like, they can smell the room they're in. They can reach out and touch all of this rust, this corruption and decay. And, Nanite helped here massively, as I will explain a bit later, because with all this extra geometry, with all this extra layering we could achieve, the player could spend a couple of seconds standing in place and just observing the environment around them, because there was so much kind of layers we've added to it. So I'll start with sort of a basic workflow, how we achieve these holes, this corruption. And one of the most important aspects for us is we wanted to use the same geometry that we used in the real town of Silent Hill, or the so-called fog world. And this is because the levels, for those who may not have played the game, the levels replicate themselves, but just in different realities. So you have, for example, Brookhaven Hospital fog world, and then you have the Otherworld. So we started out with basic modular geometry, like flooring, walls, ceilings, etc. And these were just directly copied over from the fog world. So it proved as a good foundation to start out with, just with some very simple material tweaks and changes. Secondly, we used a vertex blending material with an alpha layer to burn through these rusted holes in the floor. This might not have been the most optimized way to do this, because with Nanite, you probably don't want to use Nanite to its full capacity. You probably don't want to use the alpha. But these kind of elements were not using Nanite anyway, because we couldn't vertex paint on Nanite at the time of the production. And it was great for artists, because we had a lot of flexibility when creating, you know, these amazing compositions and golden paths that the player could follow. As the final layer, we added some high polygon, high density rust flakes that, of course, had Nanite enabled, that really pushed the tactile feeling of the rusted and decayed holes. In this example, the composition we were creating, it is right next to a puzzle where the player would spend a lot of time. They would spend time looking at their environment. So we put the extra effort to polish this area. In other lower importance areas where the visual fidelity can be sacrificed for optimization, we would refrain from using these dressing assets and instead either use nothing at all or just use decal actors, which from a distance would look exactly the same. And you can see here the final effect, which kind of underlines what I'm keep repeating about the layering, because you can clearly see each layer slowly peeling away. So what did we achieve with this? Firstly, the modular workflow was retained, and you know, this is fantastic, wherein you can have the flexibility to always go back, change the room a little bit, change the path, because in a game like Silent Hill, you know, you spend a lot of time in the same place, in one building, a lot of corridors. So we often kind of tweaked the path, tweaked the rooms, and if we had to create a new geometry every time we wanted to change something, you know, we would be making the game to this day without, you know, ever releasing. This saved us countless of hours, of course, and once again, we had a lot of flexibility as artists for changes and improvements. The third element of the Otherworld is the rusted metal. And the rusted metal is the foundation of the Otherworld. It is the main material used in those levels and comes in several shapes, sizes, and colors. The key to this was identifying what qualities make rusted metal feel like the word I highlighted in this presentation, organic. It seems like a simple thing to do, but it was quite difficult to master. So here are just some quick references to give you an idea what we are going for with our metal. Rusted chip holes like this one were a great resource for this kind of material. As you can see, there's very clear layering and displacement. I'll present just a quick small workflow that we developed over the course of production in order to quickly apply this aesthetic to our assets. So I'm a strong believer in using all of the tools that the engine gives us to our advantage. And the modeling toolkit has increased our productivity quite a lot by saving us time, not going in and out of the engine, and whenever we just want to, you know, quickly improve something or test things out. So as an example, we see just basic floor grate that we have used in a lot of places throughout the Otherworld levels. And if you compare it to the images I've shown in the previous slide, it is, you know, quite simple, quite boring. The silhouette is not very defined. And in order to make this world believable, we had to replicate the visuals we saw in the references. So we can quickly achieve this sort of effect by using the displacement modifiers in the modeling toolkit. It's not a massive change, but you can see how much the kind of lighting reacts to this asset differently now. We start seeing, you know, some nice different kind of lighting reflections, and it starts looking a little bit more like the references that we see previously. Of course, with this, there comes more triangles, because the displacement modifier just kind of adds a little bit more division so we can displace things. But the other fantastic tool that you have in the modeling toolkit is Simplify, which works a lot like the displacement master, decimation master in ZBrush. And you can use this on photo scans. It works perfectly on that, or just asset that you have used with the displacement feature. And here's just a quick handy tip that if you're doing anything in the modeling toolkit, using the sort of simplify toolkit or the displacement, and it goes crazy and messes up your normals, the normals function 80% of the time can help you get back to where it's supposed to be looking without going to Maya and go back in. And here's the same kind of workflow, but in a different setting. This was the prison basement section where we used this sort of displacement workflow to drive the geometry of the brick walls. Because at the time of the production, the sort of displacement on the material was not in the engine. And in this area, it was super important to us to have this sort of bulky, sort of displaced feeling, because it actually felt like some sort of dingy basement and not just some simple geometry around you. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that it's a fantastic toolkit, and if you can incorporate it into your workflow, I think you really should. Because what opened my eyes to this is our leads directed me to this series on YouTube called 90 Days in Unreal, where there's some really creative use cases of stuff like the destruction to create rubble elements and some nice displacement techniques. And even if you don't use the assets in your final production, it's a fantastic way to create some look dev scenes or assets that if you're doing in Maya and Blender and importing back in, it will take a lot longer because you have the visual kind of result right there in front of you without the need of doing anything in third-party programs. Let me grab a drink of water, sorry. So now going into the environmental storytelling part of the presentation. We wanted to make the town of Silent Hill feel like it's a living entity or a character. We wanted to make it feel like the town is watching you. So we treat it exactly like a character. It reacts to things, it influences, and it guides you. And every kind of design decision was made with that intent. Through our environmental work, we push a lot of narrative storytelling because that's the basis of Silent Hill. This in turn gave the effect that the world is just another character in our adventure. Here I will go over a few examples where we meshed the levels to influence the decisions and the choices that the player makes. Here in the Brookhaven Hospital, we see a very dark corridor with some contrasting light, and we use the decay of the flooring and the reflections from the single source of lights to highlight this rotten golden path, which will guide the player to the next destination. And here, we don't actually show the player what's there, that they're supposed to go there. We make them feel that they want to go there and explore, because that's another kind of idea with Silent Hill. Not everything is shown straight away. The player has to make an effort and go and explore. And that's what made this game so fun to work on, because you can just go crazy on this kind of stuff. There you go. So we tried as much as possible not to use artificial looking ways of pointing the player in the direction they're supposed to go. So you have the famous, yellow paint or whatever it's called nowadays. So in turn, we relied on composition techniques. In this example, we are using, the material that makes up the level, which is the cloth, and create this, striking composition that blends in with the general aesthetic of the level. And, at the first sight, it might not look like, it's not striking you in the eyes saying, come here, do this. But if the player, spends a little time looking at the things around them, they will appreciate, this kind of sort of compositions. So we worked closely with level designers to, once again, use the environment as a silent guide. The composition, the lighting, the visual language, it all leads the player without breaking immersion. The environment constantly says, look here, or go this way, without needing a waypoint marker. And for a horror game, I think it's extremely important to have the player, feel like they're glued to their screen and not feel like they're actually, playing a game, but they are experiencing a different reality. So, yeah. And here's just another quick example of some of the kind of shots which I feel present this sort of concept very well. We work closely on making the environment a series of cinematic shots, or postcards, as we like to call them, that you could put a cine camera in Unreal at any kind of points in the environment, take a picture, and it would look like something from a movie. And I think that's what made a lot of these environments work. And by sticking to our visual guidelines and composition rules consistently, we allow the player and the environment to create a mutual language that will guide them across the level without the need for previously mentioned artificial guidelines. Because the player will pick up cues that we as artists presented to them. And this kind of language, it starts bonding a little bit more and more throughout the whole of the game. So it's important to stick to those rules once you're going through them. And of course, the visuals of the Otherworld could have changed. They changed dramatically from the original Silent Hill 2 from 2001 to the one we've remaked. Because in the original Silent Hill 2, you barely had this rust aesthetic that came in later parts of Silent Hill, but we reintroduced this. So here we have just an example. We have the lobotomy puzzle from the hospital, where instead of rust, we use trash and debris, but the visual rules and consistency stayed the same. We used it to frame the main point of interest in the scene and make it look as organic as possible. So here is the sum of the problems and optimizations that we took. So just a disclaimer, I'm not a tech artist. I will talk about it from the perspective of an environment artist, because at Bloober, we had a shared responsibility from the tech artist and environment artist that we will optimize our levels as artists as we will go along. And I'll explain a little bit how we got there. So we achieved this very high visual fidelity using varied mesh actors. However, this in turn caused us to have several and a lot of actors on the level, and in turn performance issues. The Otherworld used a lot of large objects to create a feeling of void, and this caused performance with the shadow casting actors. Our tech department created a variety of useful tools to combat these issues, and I'll talk about one of them today. So here we have, whoa, that is blurry, okay. So we have the instant static mesh packing tool created by our amazing and tech artist, Sebastian Włoszek, who saved us a countless of times, and everything would have exploded without him. So big kudos to him, because he's a super talented guy. It is a single interface that was prepared for the artist that allows us to quickly select areas of actors to be optimized. It gives quick insights into what we are optimizing and what effect our optimization will have. And the best thing for artists is that it's packed into a single interface. So if you're powering through levels, optimizing stuff, you have everything in a single tool that will cover all your tasks that are required. And I think this is a nice way of doing things, because we as artists, we like to make things pretty, we like to make levels and art, but optimization is an important aspect that is sometimes ignored by artists. So I'll go over a quick breakdown of how the tool is used and what steps are taken to create a very basic optimization path. So we select two assets which will work as a sort of a bounding box for our capture box. We can, of course, adjust the capture area with the handles provided in the tool. And this sort of way of capturing the actors work really nicely because Silent Hill is a game with hundreds of corridors. So you can drop this box in there, select the size and the bit of the corridor that you want to optimize, and you're all done. It probably might have worked differently for open world games, but this sort of workflow worked great for us. There we go. So the tool allows us to create presets depending on what kind of assets we're working for. In this example, I was working on the floor of the Brookhaven Hospital, and this flooring had a lot of these small kind of rust debris sets that I have mentioned earlier. So I've created a rust flakes preset that will only capture these assets because I don't want to kind of accidentally capture anything else because I'm focusing just on that bit over there. And the artists can create their own presets that will be kept in their tool. After we have captured and selected our desired meshes, we have a quick insight into the details of the static mesh actors and what effect the optimization will have. So as you can see here, we have the selected actors. The tool tells us what actors are mirrored, what actors are painted, and the draw calls before and after the optimization. And what was especially useful is the painted actors for us as artists, because when we are often painting using vertex blends or anything like that, you might paint 3 pixels of a mesh and forget about it, but this mesh could have been packed and instanced, but the moment that it's painted or mirrored, that's no longer possible. So this was a great tool to kind of mitigate those issues. And at the end, it converts it into a very handy instant static mesh actor that is sort of like a container. And the great thing for it was that it could easily be opened and new stuff could be added or taken out depending on, for example, if we had to remesh a part of the level, we didn't lose our optimization. We could just add and edit and tweak it to suit our needs. So what made this tool successful? And I think it's the most important aspect of this was the communication between our departments. Because TechArt gave a series of guidelines to us that we have to complete on the level. And in turn, we told them, okay, so how does this work? What does this do? And them spending that little bit of time explaining the sort of TechArt aspects and optimization stuff to us made all the difference because we could work together on creating this tool and making it easier for, for artists who are more, visual-minded to use. So, and, whenever we had any feedback, it wasn't ignored, but it was implemented in a way that we can successfully, optimize the game and take a little bit of load off the TechArt because the TechArt departments often are quite small, so we have to help as much as we can. So thank you very much for coming over to my session. Yeah, and a huge shout out to the entire Silent Hill 2 development team over at Bluebird team. Special thanks to Fabian, Andreas, Alexandra, and Valerio and Sebastian for contributing their fantastic work to this presentation. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. So yeah, thank you very much. And we have the clock's not working, so I don't know if we have time for Q&A, but I think we do. So.